And we'll turn that off. And welcome everybody. All right, let me just move this microphone down a little closer so you guys can hear me better. And welcome. How are you guys doing? How's your weekend? It is Monday morning on our great coronavirus holiday. It's nice to see you guys. Yeah, what is going on? All right. For those of you turning in for the first time, and you're wondering, what are we doing here? Why am I spending my Monday here versus, I don't know, playing video games or doing something else? I am showing you guys how to use Filebase, which is a product created by Gamedev HQ to build out and replicate the Resident Evil 2 police station using Unity 3D and the high definition render pipeline. We got most of the environment modeled in and placed, and we've done 2 hallways. And if I just go to 0.8, my first person controller, how about we walk through this real quick and see what we did last time on our live stream. So let's give it a play. There's a good chance everything is going to crash and burn, so we'll just give it a moment. Tick, 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 tick. And you're thinking. There we go. Okay. So here's like our first person. I'll just hide the stats real quick. Here's our first person system, able to walk through this scene. Let's see. Frame rate is, I guess 188 is pretty decent. Walk through this scenario. You can see the post-processing stack change. You see how it went from this look to this look. So we got that going on. Going down this hallway. We could see how our lighting is here. There's a little issue right over there. One of the things I'm noticing is that, man, look at that AO. That is way too intense. But what we're going to do is we're going to keep pushing down. There's another hallway behind this door that we need to look at. And yeah, we're literally showing you guys how to use Filebase. And as a bonus, you get to learn a little bit about Unity's HDR pipeline, which... again, if you're going to choose between using the universal rendering pipeline, which was then called the lightweight pipeline, which was an offshoot of the standard rendering pipeline, if you keep going back in various versions, the way I always look at it, well, not always look at it, but look at it now, is if I have to press the static button to bake things, then I'm going to use the HDR pipeline. But if I have to use the if I don't have to bake anything, if everything in my scene is going to remain dynamic, then I'm going to use a standard rendering pipeline. And of course, where did we get all these amazing, beautiful, phenomenal assets at to help us build this level? We got those from GDHQ's Filebase. Here's what the file looks like prior to rendering, prior to the pipelines. I apologize. This is the exact room that is located and that we are testing. All we did was literally take this file and import it in to the new project folder, and that's where we added the pipeline elements and the lighting elements. But assembling this was all done in just a regular version of Unity. You can go back to 2018 and assemble something like this if you feel more comfortable in that one, so you could just convert it over to the 2019.3, which is the one I'm using for our rendering pipeline. So, okay, Al, you told me about Filebase. What is this thing? Filebase is a tool that we created a while back for GDHQ Pro members. It is a plugin that is built into Unity that will allow you to add a ton of amazing assets into your game. And it's a subscription basis system. So, once you install Filebase into your Unity project, you can hit the view more and you could search through all of our assets. Now, these currently, to build this entire scene, this entire hallway, it took 63 total downloads. And that includes all the boxes, all the computers, the chairs, the paintings, the blood, the desks. Everything in here is 63 total assets. Now, you could look at this and say there's not 63 total assets here. There's probably, maybe 400 assets. And you'd be correct in saying that, because we combine and try to optimize our textures so that we can get everything together and line it all up so that when we do put out a product, we make sure that enough texture is applied to multiple assets if they don't need a full 2K, so that you can maybe get 6 doors out of just one texture set. Highly optimized, low polygon counts. We really went balls to the wall on this, so to speak, to make sure that you guys are getting an amazing item, amazing set of assets that wouldn't break your game. It's not just some dude coming in who's learning 3D for the first time. We have a team of artists who really spend a lot of time developing this content, and that's why we also try to do these live sessions so you guys can see what kind of quality can come out of our assets with a little rendering pipeline love. And how much does also with that, you get tutorials that are on our website, but how much does this cost? Because, realistically, if we're only using 63 assets to build this entire scene, how much do I get? How many assets do I get? And why should I care? Well, we have over 1,000 different asset packs. So, you could type in gun, and we could search through all the guns that we have in our database. And it's not just machine guns. Some of these are futuristic Gatling guns, but an M4 assault rifle, MP5, MP9. You could easily spend $40-50 just buying a handful of these weapons. And these are just the guns. We haven't even looked at the environmental props, the everything else. So it is really, really awesome to be able to get this much content in one easy to gain access area, and the price is very reasonable. We do our pro membership for $150 a year, which boils down to like $13 a month when you think about it, which is like, I don't know, $3.50 a week. You could break that down even smaller and smaller. But for people who are watching this, if you use the special discount on the very bottom, F Corona 2020, you get it for $100 a year. So that's like $9 a month, which boils down to, I don't know, $2.80 a week, which per day, I mean, that's not even $1 per day. You're literally talking, maybe 50 cents a day, something like that, 40 cents a day, to get access to all of these amazing assets, which is an incredible deal when you really think about it. And we priced it low because we really believe that this tool is going to revolutionize and change the game development world, and we got more amazing stuff coming with it. So what are we going to be covering today is a question that Ors brought up. What we're going to do is we've only we've only set up the environments for these two areas right here. What we want to do is set up our rigid bodies or our colliders to take us into the statue hallway, which is right there. And then we want to go down the staircase, and we'll talk a little bit about staircase dynamics as well. So we'll be going into this particular hallway, and right now you can see that it is baking currently. We're going to go into this hallway, and then we're going to go down these stairs and get down to this area, setting up our colliders, and we'll keep going to see how far we can get in this level, set up occlusion culling, set up the statics, set up everything we need to make sure that this entire environment is walkable, that we can get through this entire scene at some point, and go from the start of the game all the way to the finish, which is, in the stars office, and kind of go from there. And then once that's done, we'll drop in our third-person controller. I had an epiphany about the third-person controller. And I was playing a game called World War Z the other day, killing a bunch of things with my brother. And I noticed that looking through the third quarter or third-person camera, when you looked up and down, the arms never moved. It was the body that moved. And I have been trying so hard to get the arms to move with the focus. And that's where I've been at fault. I shouldn't have been doing that. I should have been moving the spine. I should have had the back move down and the back move up. But the arms stayed the same. And that's now just takes it from like moving a hand position and all this other stuff. Now I'm just using IK to rotate one quaternion, which is the direction of the spine looking forward. So I'm going to be working on that hopefully soon, and getting that operational so we can push forward on that. Okay, so the first thing first, to kind of give you guys a quick idea of how we did this setup, is inside of each one of these folders. Let's look at this vending machine hallway. This is good for me because I get to get a quick refresher of what we did. I have a folder called actually these two share the post and probes, but we have a post behind or the post and probes, which consists of our reflection probes and our post processing. And you can kind of see, if I select this, you could see where my post-processing, my reflection probes, these are my reflection probes right here in the hallway. And so as the player walks into those reflection probes, that's where the reflections change based on the environment. And then when they walk into this collider, that's where the post-processing occurs. Then we have our colliders. Now, this is really completely up to you guys on how you want to set up your rooms. Some people like to just select the game asset. Let's say it was this floor object right here, and they would put a box collider on that. And there's nothing wrong with this. I mean, you're adding more colliders to your scene, but you're not adding static mesh or moving mesh colliders, which are extremely heavy. So, I mean, it's potatoes. So as long as you keep it efficient, you should be fine. But what I like to do, and maybe this is a silly thing for me, is knowing that this is a first-person game. I want to keep my collider contents to a minimum. I don't want to put a collider around each and every box right here. I don't need to, because I know that my player shouldn't be able to walk into this box at all. And there's this bag of trash right here. Good example. This bag of trash doesn't need a spherical collider. It needs a just a box collider, honestly. And why is that important? Well, of course, a spherical collider has a lot of more vertices than a box collider. Box collider is four-sided. There's not a lot of, there's 6 sides to worry about. So it's very efficient to use a box collider over, let's say, any other type of collider geometry-wise, because you're just reducing the amount of triangles, reducing the amount of tries that Unity has to run in real time while you're doing animation. So with that completed, all I have to do is now press the play button, and now my character, when he walks up into this bag, he won't be able to walk through it. Could I walk around and see that it's a box collider? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could, but I'm reducing the amount of stuff that, here's my 5-star mop, I just like to point that out one more time, that I actually have to care about. The columns, I don't need my columns to worry about that archway. That doesn't matter. I just need to be able to kind of walk around the side of this. So, and then another thing you do have to take into account is if you're going to do ray casting, it's going to hit these walls. So if you're going to, let's say, make sure that when you shoot this archway, you want to have some particle explode off of it, then you're going to probably want to do multiple colliders, either in smaller amounts, or do a mesh collider, which all you have to do that is select the asset and then add component. Instead of a box collider, you would use mesh collider. But now you're adding more vertices. What you're doing is you're creating a collider that uses the amount of vertices of this mesh. So instead of Unity processing, let's say a cube, 6 triangles in real time, now it's got to process 600 triangles in real time for every single one of these arches. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up over time. So, just be cognizant of how, when you're building your scene, you optimize and make sure that, you don't blow out your project before it really gets started. I guess that's the best and most important thing I can is even though we are using bigger and bigger graphics cards, then don't try to go crazy with it. Peggy had a question of, so then if you want to make it look like you picked it up, a box collider pick something up. Yeah, I mean, these are all static objects. So if you want an asset, let's say like this box, you want this to be interactable, first thing you got to do is make sure it's not set to static. And all these assets are being baked. This is just environmental stuff. There's no colliders on any of these boxes. And again, the only time you really care about having a box collider on a particular object is if you're going to interact with it in some way. Otherwise, you just want to leave it where it is. But if you did, you can make this either a box collider or a mesh collider, depending on what the object is. Turn it off from being static, and then you can interact with that object. And then let's say you were to do like a Fallout thing where you picked it up and drop it on the ground, then that is when you'd want to use either a mesh collider or a box collider or some sort. And if you can get away with a simpler set of geometry, like let's say we were looking at this right here, this bulletin board, I would still probably use a box collider for it because it's close enough to a box, and I don't need to, if I did pick this up, I don't need it to be spherical, and if it did drop on the floor, I don't think it would be that big of a deal to add, a box collider for this part and then a box collider for this part. Now I do, so that's 12 tries of collision versus you know, this particular object right here, which it's this one right here. This particular object, I don't really like going through this, is 156 tries. So, you know, 12 tries versus 156 tries worth of dynamics that needs to be taken into account. You could see how that adds up over time. All right. So, let's see. Another question is, hello, Matt. How are you? Yes, the boss of Tiago. I love that guy. He's such a good dude. Such a good dude. So let's go ahead and create some the statue hallway, and we're going to add in our colliders and get us down to this area, and then we will try to get to next floor, and then we're going to focus in on these staircases, because I know staircases can be a problem for people. So this would be a good thing to kind of look into. I'll show you what I do, and then, you know, you guys can take it from there and see what you want to do. Okay, so instead of taking all these colliders, so I have colliders here, I could see that it looks like this room has, we have a doorway right there. And then if I take a look at these colliders right here, you see this wall is connecting right here. So right now I have a collider on this wall and on this wall, and this door should have a collider as well. I'm just going to keep this door propped open. We will animate these later on, but I'm just going to keep them propped open for right now so I can kind of see through it. And oh, look at that. I got a double door here. Let's see. So door 39. Let me see if I turn that up. Yep, look at that. I got a double door. There's a Harry Potter joke here somewhere. I don't know what it is. So I'm going to delete that door. And let's see. Ah, there we go. Now we can look through. Never would have caught that unless we weren't messing around. All right, so I'm going to reduce these. Leave that there for a second. So I have colliders already on these two main areas, this wall and this wall. So really, I just need my collider to fill in this wall right here, and then go all the way down the hallway. Keeping in mind that there's a little doorway right here. We are not going to use this to open up things in the game, but we possibly should leave a door opening just in case we want to later. So instead of redoing all these colliders, what I'm going to do is just go to this folder, and I'm going to duplicate it, and I'm going to drop it into my statue hallway. And this is my statue hallway right here. Now that I got all these colliders in here, the ones that I could care about are the wall, the floor, and the object. So I'm going to delete all my other walls, and I'm just going to use these 3 assets as kind of like a guide, so I don't have to completely resize my wall scales. I'm going to take this and go to my top view, and it's literally all I'm going to be doing is tracing the environment, so to speak. Just going to grab these walls and shrink them down to where I need them to be. And then I just duplicate this asset and rotate these. Now, when I look at these walls are nothing special. If you guys weren't here last time, these walls are absolutely nothing special. They are literally cubes. And I just turned off the mesh renderer, but it keeps the box render enabled. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab these. And you see how, because I can stretch out this wall to be pretty big, I reduce the amount of, if I were to set these colliders as individual ones, you know, I'm just reducing the amount of processing that Unity has to run in real time. Okay, so I got that wall done. Now I could just duplicate this. I could probably just grab this wall, move it right down here. Set that just like that. And then I duplicate this, and I have this little wall over on this side. So that covers these 4 walls. And then I'm going to duplicate this again, and I'm going to have this long wall. And what I could actually do here is I know this long wall is going to connect to this bottom floor. So I'm just going to make sure that this last wall right here is 2 stories tall. This is very, I'm sure any architecture majors would have a lot of fun with this. And of course, you could change your perspective by pressing these arrows, and you can go isometric or using the camera's field of view to get to see those 2 perspectives as well. Those 2 perspectives. Words, Al. Words. So let me go ahead and shrink this down. And I do try to keep these close so that, you know, I'm not going to leave this like this big because I don't know if it's going to actually affect another part of the game. And it's easier just to be a little more, what's the word? A little more precise in what we do now than to have to pay for it later. I guess is the best way to describe this. Okay, so I got this extra wall that needs to occur right here, and then we have this railing area that we need to worry about. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this wall because I resized this other one to be 2 stories. I go to this perspective. Alex, I'm glad you've learned something already. I am so happy you did. This is good. Okay, I could set this collider right here. Now, I could set this to be a full wall right here. But think of this. We have a third-person character controller. Do I want my character to be able to shoot down into this area in case a zombie is coming up? Yes, of course. So if I'm aiming from this perspective, and let's see, I'll turn that off too. If I'm here aiming at this perspective and the zombie's coming up, and I have a box collider that's basically a wall cutting me off, then it kind of kills a lot of the potential that I have as a player to you know, abuse the AI, so to speak. So what I'm going to do, and let me just make sure that this column is pushed all the way over here, or we could even throw a column to be more precise, so that we have a pretty good idea we're going to shoot this wall a lot. So we may consider that later on. And that's no big deal. We could just select this particular column and add a collider to it. So, and I believe we could make this should we make that a capsule collider? I'm pretty sure. Or a sphere collider. There's no column collider. So we could do a capsule collider, or we could do a mesh collider. I'm not sure how bad this particular asset is, but you can make this kind of like this capsule collider. We can adjust the size. We can adjust the radius. And now, you know, if we did shoot this column, it would be pretty darn accurate about how we shot it, you know? And again, you look at the amount of vertices on this. I don't know how it's calculating these NURBs up here, but it's probably going to be a lot less strenuous on Unity to do it that way than it would be the other way. Okay, so I have this collider right here. I have this wall. So I'm going to duplicate this wall, and I'm going to rotate this. Now I hold Control, which will allow you to do a vertex snap. And I'm concerned about, because I know I'm going to put another wall area down below here, is I just want to get this railing done correctly. So let's go to our top view, and we're going to make sure that our railing is set. So we go here to here, and we're just going to shrink this up. Oh, and let me give 1 second. Someone is at the door, so let me switch over real quick. I will be right back. All right. Sorry about that, guys. We have solar panels on our roof, and they went out back in, I want to say, December. And they've come out like 4 different times to try to get them up and running again. And finally, they've come to the decision that it's an inverter that they need to fix. So they're working on the inverter to repair that. So we'll see. All right. So I'm going to bring this area down to be like this. Now, I had the good fortune to work with a couple people last week who showed me some things about the Unity's decal system. Now, in a standard render pipeline, or the lightweight rendering pipeline, which I don't believe decals are supported yet, if you're going to put bullet holes in here, it's a real problem, because now you need this to be a mesh collider so that the bullet hole prefab would just stick on top of it. But with the decal system, you can actually project onto the geometry, and so you don't need to have the mesh collider on here. So if you were to, like, let's say, instantiate a box, it would project whatever decal it is on whatever facing normal that you're looking at. So I have the ability to kind of cheat this a little more in the high definition render pipeline than I actually do in the regular pipeline, which is, kind of interesting to note. So I'm just going to take this wall and I'm going to duplicate this and place this over here, and we'll place this railing right over here. Now we have these banisters which will be in the way. It's on Unity's roadmap, which will definitely make the HDR pipeline, or the universal rendering pipeline, a lot more attractive to use, and it will definitely make it a lot easier to use as well. So I do hope that they get that in soon, because it's definitely a much needed addition to the universal render pipeline. So then I'm just going to go ahead and grab these colliders and place these in for my posts. Again, You could use a mesh collider. It's your choice. I'm not going to tell you how to build your game. I'm just going to tell you, try to be optimal with the way you build things in Unity. And then let's see. I want to see my floor because I don't think I've done. I need one more collider. Well, actually, since this is a whole staircase, yeah. Let's go ahead and put these colliders onto these areas because this is the staircase, and so now we just need to worry about the floor. Blender. Oh, good morning, Rhett. How are you? Let's see. Should I make games for phone or should I make games for PC? You should just make games. And if it gets too big, go to PC. If it's small enough, put it on phone and PC. Let's see. So that was the collider for the statue hallway, but that was only for the walls. Now I need to add in my floors, and then I need to add in my objects. So we'll go to this perspective again. And I know that the floor collider, we're actually taking from this particular asset up here. So I'm just going to move this down. And I'm just going to shrink this up. Shrink this way. And here's the collider for my floor. And then I'm going to just select these floors. I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to move it right down here. And this is going to be the collider for my hallway. I may need to zoom out a little bit. There you go. So let's take a look at, I'm going to just grab my floor and bring it down here. And I'll bring this object, I'll stick it right there. So I could see the two floors. And there is no like major hole or gap in between. So as you're walking through, you're not going to do a bounce. So that is good. And then I'm going to take this one floor and place this down here. And I'm going to make sure, let's set this to 0. I'm going to make sure that this stretches all the way across, right to the edge of the where the staircase starts. So right over here, let's stretch this wider. And there we go. Now we have our floor elements all pasted in. So then the last thing we got to do are the objects. We want to make sure that our player can't run through we haven't set up the door colliders yet, but we have columns in this room, and we don't want our player to be able to run through these columns. That would be incredibly silly. So we're just going to go ahead and grab our columns, and we're going to just start placing these colliders near our column. And we're also going to be respectful of the fact that we have colliders in the back of the room. We have colliders that we need to acknowledge on the other side of the walls. So the worst thing we could do is, have it jutting back here and possibly interrupting something. So, just be cognizant of that. And we're just going to place some more colliders for our columns. And I believe these columns right here get a little bigger. So I'll give them just a little more space. And I'll duplicate this one. And I know this may be a little hard to see because of the perspective. So collider here or collider there. And we'll just kind of move on down this hallway. place a column there, place a collider right here. This is smaller, and we need to be careful that we don't stick that collider too far out, because this is where the walkway will occur, where our player will go up and down. And then I need to double check one more thing. I have this doorway right here. I want to make sure I didn't place a collider in that doorway. And yes, I did. So let's go ahead and I'll click the edit collider because I need to be a little more precise. I could see where the door is right here. And I shouldn't have clicked off because now I got to go find that collider again. There we go, 2. So I can click this little edit collider box and I can drag this down to, let's say, right here. And then I can duplicate this again, drag this one up here, and I'll drag this up. To here. Okay, so now if I look at my colliders, I still have this empty space where my door is. So where if I were to create another room into here, my wall wouldn't block my door, which is good. All right, so let's go look at this from this perspective. And you can see our room colliders have all been modeled out. And I think the last thing that requires an object, and another thing that is potentially, it's more dependent on what you guys want to do at your projects. There are these vents. Do you want them to be vents that you collide with? If you do, you just need to stick, the appropriate vents or convert those to mesh. I don't know if I would convert them because these could get heavy. It's not the boxes. It's these little columns that hold up the boxes, the metal rods that hold them up. That could be a problem. Also, with our statue, we don't want to walk through our statue, but you could see, where is it? If I go to Filebase, if I go to Filebase and I look inside my project folder, oh, I need to rescan. So all I have to do is click this and hit rescan. And we have a unique file structure associated to what we have a unique folder structure associated in our Filebase folder. So if you happen to lose connection by starting up a new project, as long as your files stay in the same relative path and you hit rescan, it will go through and it will find all the assets that are in your scene and put them back into the My Downloads directory. Now, why do you do that? I generally like it. Oh, Adam's here. Adam's the one who showed me about the decals last week, I believe. Why do I like this here is that I like pictures, quite honestly. Let's see. I like pictures. They make life easier. So it's easier to kind of find where the asset is. Okay, so there's my Gothic. I click locate. I'm just going to set Filebase onto my right side of my screen, kind of off kilter over here. It's still right there, but I'll just keep it right there so I can find things a little easier. You could see for this FBX statue, okay, this has 3,000 triangles to it. You don't want to put a 3,000 triangle mesh onto here. You definitely want to make sure that this stays a box collider. So go ahead and click on this and add component, create a box collider. Now, instead of a 3,000 collider mesh, you're talking about 6 sides right now. Probably a lot more efficient for your game to do it that way. Okay, so we have this hallway finished. I'm going to go ahead and save this, and I'm going to turn back on my gizmos and my lighting. So I should be able to see the room kind of like this. Now, sometimes when I turn this stuff back on and on, it gets a little wonky. So I generally have to turn this off and then turn it back on again for Unity to kind of like rethink things, I guess. I don't know why it does this. I think it's a little bug, but it's a little annoying. So AB, thank you for hanging out, buddy. Please watch our stream later on. Here's another little bug. So you see this right here? It's stuck on baking. That's a bad thing. So here's what I usually do is I click off of progressive GPU to progressive CPU, and I wait till it starts showing some numbers of bake times. Usually I can hear my computer starting up too. The fan turns on, everything like that. All right, so it says I got 43 minutes. Then I switch here and I go back to GPU. And now it's going to think, and it should be like a minute. Yes. So then the baking will start occurring that way. Definitely be sure to use GPU if you can, and also reduce your sample amounts, because it's going to get a lot of amazing stuff going. Well, it's a lot of amazing stuff. It's going to make your render times go significantly faster. Dropping in a 1080 or a 2080 or something like that, it's going to shred through these render times. So let's test this out and see how this looks in real time now that the baking is all finished. So I go ahead and hit play. And I start off right here. Okay, this looks good. How are my frames? 103, 120. Oh, I didn't set up occlusion culling. Oh, and those aren't set to static. What am I doing? All right. Vending machine hallway. No, a statue hallway. I'm sorry. I got to make sure I set these things to static. So silly. Because that will really significantly reduce. Okay, yes. These aren't set to static yet. Okay, before we start testing, we need to go, we need to get down to a regular, we need to set these to static. If we don't, we're going to have a problem where we're going to be running these things dynamically versus baking in the lighting. So let's go ahead and turn these to static. So I'm going to select my walls and ceilings. I'm going to hit static for the parent. And the parent is going to change the children. Adam, will the statue with the larger collider cause issues? Yeah, I mean, that could totally be shrunk down. And I mean, we could use multiple colliders on it. Or we could use a what you call it, a capsule collider. And you're right. Like if we're going to shoot around it, we may need to take this from like a box to just something like a capsule in case a zombie is there, so that we don't hit the imaginary box around the statue. And you're totally 100% correct with that. Okay, so the bake is almost done. All right, so now our walls have been baked with lighting. In here, I have the air vent, and this would actually be a good object to set to bake. And this particular statue should be set to bake as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and select the props here and turn these to static as well. Okay. And yeah, I mean, back in the day, I remember baking could take half an hour, 45 minutes with the CPU. And now with a decent graphics card, you could take that half an hour render time down to maybe 2 minutes, which is extremely, extremely, extremely awesome. I would definitely encourage you guys, if you have to, get a nice graphics card in your computer and use that as your main means of baking your scene into your environment. Okay. All right, so this is all baked and ready to go. And what we can also do before we go any further is we can go to our occlusion culling. And if we go to our bake, let's clear it, and let's rebake our scene for occlusion culling. Now what that's going to do is going to take everything that's static, and it's going to apply occlusion culling to it. And what is occlusion culling? Let me show you in just a second. All right, so I'm going to hit play. And I'm going to increase the size just a little bit, like this big. And I'm going to grab my scene view. I'm going to drop it over. Oops. Let's switch. I'm going to take my game view, and I'm going to drop it right over here. And in my game view, no, I want my scene view. No, yes, I'm sorry. Scene view. There we go. All right. I'm going to go to this perspective, and I want to turn on visualize. And I'm going to turn off the occlusion culling. And I want you to see the room. And you see how the room elements that are visible by camera now turn on. If they aren't visible by camera, they turn off. That's for all static items. And that saves in your frame rate and the amount that your computer has to process in real time. So, let's walk over here. We'll dock down this way. The reason why that's showing up is because of the doors. So I walk in through here. Nice transition. Here's my environment. Walking through, doing my thing. And I get to this area right here. And this is where I could have, maybe a couple zombies walking up the hallway. So let's take a look at our stats. 86, 87 frames per second. We need to probably look at our lighting and what is generating our light. It's probably adding some more. I'm not sure if these are mixed or these are baked lights. So, there's definitely still some more room to play around. I don't know why my tries end up don't show up. I'm not quite sure. But the frame rate's doing okay. As we add more and more into this level, it's starting to get heavier and heavier. So we'll have to keep an eye out and see how we can make sure that this stays optimal. Like right here, here's a slight problem. I don't understand why. I could see things in another room that I shouldn't be able to see. Like literally, this is incorrect. So we have a small issue. There's back room environments that I should not be able to notice. And we may even have to set up something where we're turning elements or turning rooms on dynamically as we walk through our scene. But the transition looks pretty good. And, let's try to walk into, these rooms. I want to walk into this column. I can't do it. From a first-person perspective, I don't understand how the columns work, but the colliders work. Nothing here. I try to walk into this statue. I can't push my way into it. There's no collider on these vents. And I can't walk off this railway, which is good. So it looks pretty good. Okay. Let's see. So this little bug occurs. I don't know why, but it's another little thing in Unity. I have to turn it on and turn it back off, and then it rebakes and recalculates its reflection probes. Yeah, you're right, Adam. It looks like it's drawing the Raccoon Police Department, which is why police upstairs. I'm not sure why it's doing it, but it certainly is. So something we can investigate. It shouldn't, but it is. Okay. So I'm just going to save this right now. And I'm going to create the colliders down here on this bottom floor up to this wall. And then I'm going to focus in on the staircase, and then we will push from there. So how do we do this second floor? Of course, we got all the post-processing set up, but how do we get this so that this area looks good as far as collisions go? We're going to kind of duplicate the same process we did before. We're going to grab the colliders. I'm going to use this vending hallway collider. I'm going to drop this into here. And then I'm going to go through and delete everything except one wall, one floor, and one object. Let's see. Z buffer. Why is this not coming to me right now? Does it use Z buffer? I don't know. So let's go ahead and grab our 3 colliders. I'm just going to bring these right over here. And I'm going to go to this top-down perspective, or this side angle perspective. And I'm just going to place this right against the floor. So everything lines up. And then I'm going to go to my top-down perspective mode. I'm actually going to hide my statue hallway for just a second. And I'm going to do that because it's kind of blocking my lower hallway perspective. Hey, Tom. Yeah, let's see. What would be a good example? Counter-Strike Collider. I think I've seen something right here that shows you how Counter-Strike does its colliders as far as taking damage, and it's very specific. I wish I had some. It's kind of like this. You know, you have your box colliders for your arms. You have your box collider for your head, but you don't actually have like the mesh collider around it. It's done so that, because if you did a mesh collider, it would slow down frame rates, and you don't want frame rates in a game sort of like this. You want fast frames, so you want less mesh, less geometry for your colliders. So I wonder if what is it, an FPS collider character. Here you go. So here's a good example. Like, it's very simplified collider geometry for your characters and even for your game objects. So you still get, you could hit them in the arm, And so if they extend their arm out, you'll still be able to hit it. You even give the player a little bit of playroom, so that it's effective, but you're not using the character mesh, because that would be pretty intensive. And it's just simplification. I guess is the best way to describe it. You know, you simplify the geometry, collision wise, so it's commonly used. All right. Yes, Adam, you are 100% correct. Use multiple colliders to tell if you shot him in the head or you shot him in the arm, and those could have different health variables, components attached to them. So, you know, if it's a headshot, it may be, you know, 100% health versus an arm shot, which would be, you know, 35 or something. Hello, Tom. Now, let's see. I honestly have, you know, to tell you guys, coronavirus is actually crushing my other business right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, this is kind of a normal thing, these live streams for a little while. Because it allows me to get a chance to build course content quite quickly doing this live. But B, you know, I again, I don't like sitting around doing nothing. I think it's the worst thing in the world. So I think we will be doing a lot more of these streams for quite some period. I'm going to go ahead and... Where's this staircase? Props. Actually... Oh, that would be a good thing to do. Is not only have the staircase selectable in the project folder, I should have a button that lets me select the staircase in the perspective mode too. I think that would be really nice. Let's see. I'm going to select these and that. I'm going to hide it for just a second so I can make sure that my colliders are in the correct spot. I'm actually going to move these stairs up at the top, so when I do click back on to these areas, I don't have to go hunting for the collider. So let's see. Well, that's wall 9. And let's see. I'm going to duplicate this one because I know I have another door at the end of this hallway. Yes, we are working on seeing colliders today, Tom. We are getting this thing operational. And, you know, when you finally get these colliders laid in, you need to test and test often. Because you don't quite know how well everything is going to work until it's time to go live with the game. So be sure to do that. We may make some adjustments after we lay in some colliders. But at least because we've organized this in a very clean way, it's not going to be difficult for us to go back and fix things. Let's see. So, do I care? Okay, here's a good question. Do I care? Oh, actually, if I select this collider right here, I bet you this wall's already there. Yeah, that wall's already there. So I can go here and delete this wall. I don't need two colliders on the same wall. So over here, I need to make this wall twice the size. So it covers everything on this side. Sorry, my bake is thinking. Okay. So that wall looks good. And then I'm going to create two walls for this side. One for the high level second story, and then one for a lower sized first story. So I'll position this right here and position this right here. And I'll duplicate this wall, but I'm going to shrink this down. So let's say that height. And we actually have two door openings that we need to worry about. One right there. Oops. And one right there. Let's see. Question is will I add functionality or not? My goal is, and I was telling people a little about this earlier. So I've been stuck on an issue with my third-person controller, where as I was firing, I wanted my arm to move up and down. And I have the IK system all set up for it, but we were just having the hardest time making sure that that arm looked right as he was aiming up and down and shooting. And I started playing World War Z the other day with my little brother, and I noticed something, and it just hit me like a bolt out of the blue, is that character controller, his arms never, or her arms never moved up or down. It's their back that moved. The back of the body, the spine shifted, but the arms always stayed straight forward. So as you looked up, your back tilted up at an angle, and as you look down, your back hunched over. Doing that means that I don't have to actually adjust my arms anymore. All I have to do is adjust my spine rotation, which is like, boom, wow, incredible. This is why you play video games. and when I saw that, I was like, oh man. So now I'm going to go back and take a look at my system and see if I could, oops, I think I may have an extra collider here. Let me double check. Yep, I have an extra collider there. So let me do that. And this should be good. I'm going to go back, look at my third-person character controller, and see if I can get that working and get that operational, and make it a lot more efficient. So, yes, eventually the goal will be I want to have my third-person character in here. I'd like to get some zombies in here, blast them in the face, and then call it an event, and then start with the next scene, which I've been debating this next scene. We're either going to do a type of Fallout bunker environment, or I wanted to go full-blown Silent Hill, or I wanted to go like The Last of Us, like a multiplayer map, or Counter-Strike. I have those 4 options, and if you guys have a preference, go ahead and type it in. You only get those 4 options though. Don't say anything like I want Banjo-Kazooie or something like that, or I'm gonna reach through this computer and ring you. But yeah, I mean, you guys let me know of those 4 different options. So let me type it in: Fallout Bunker, Last of Us map, Silent Hill Hospital, or we have what was the last one? Oh, Counter-Strike. So those are the 4 that you get to choose from. No, this is for the next environment that we will create. And of course, with that environment, I'm going to have to try to create some sort of character controller that goes along with those, because the games are different. Okay, so while you guys are contemplating that, I need to add in my column objects. And I have 2 different types. I have the columns over here, which are 1 floor, or I have columns over on the other side, which are 2-story columns. Am I a bad video gamer as I haven't played any? Oh, yes, you are. I'm not gonna lie. You are a horrible gamer, and you really need to get some help. No. You really are. Okay, if I were to say, of course, Silent Hill's one of the greatest ever. Then there's that hospital environment is always so good. Fallout is a big choice, a Fallout bunker, which I am totally down for. We have the assets for it. What else is there? There is the I'll tell you right now, Bradley. The Last of Us is maybe the greatest game ever. Uh, ever. I'm not kidding. I will fight somebody over this. I'll probably lose, but I will fight somebody over this. It may be the greatest game ever made. If you were to stick me in a room that was considered purgatory with The Legend of Zelda or a Mario Brother game or Tetris or The Last of Us, I would take Last of Us if the multiplayer network is still running. It is just the greatest experience, and especially now that we have time, go out and get yourself a copy, because it is, or no, actually stay home and get yourself a copy. What am I saying? Don't touch people. Don't go within don't get within 6 feet of somebody. But yes, do take the opportunity to play that game. It is an absolute masterpiece. see. Let's get these columns lined up. It was a free. Yes, it was. It was free on PlayStation Plus. It's just, it was one of those games that at one point had me bawling. It was so emotional. Just the game itself. You know, it goes past the point of, oh, it's an interesting game. It's like an emotional train wreck that you're on, and it's just insane what they did with it. And I'm all sorts of hyped over the potential that it's going to be turned into a what you call it, a series on HBO now. I mean, I haven't gone to that point where I thought about getting HBO Plus, but if this does come out, I'm signing up for it because it's just such an incredibly well crafted storyline, and it's incredible, absolutely incredible, without a doubt. Probably my favorite game. And one of the most underrated parts about the game is the multiplayer. The multiplayer for that game was so good. And it basically took that concept of, what is it, player battlegrounds, player unknown battlegrounds. It took that concept of like healing your teammate, and but it built it in a scenario that was confined to a 4-on-4 with a smaller map. But that whole strategy of, you know, collecting weapons and doing all that other stuff, you know, that was also in the Last of Us multiplayer, and it was done so well. Upgrading your weapons and things like that. Everything about it was beautiful. Everything so underrated, that whole area. Let's see. HBO Plus was supposed to be out this much. They're reaching the no thanks arena. Uh-oh. They need to fix that. Okay, so we got the colliders in for most of this environment. The things we are missing are these stairs. These stairs are going to be a problem, right? These stairs are going to make our lives horrible, right? Not that bad. All right, so let's go ahead and turn on our stairs. Okay. So we have this staircase right here. Now, we could do a couple things here. We could apply just a mesh renderer and set it to convex. Mesh collider. If you set it to convex, it does this thing. What it's trying to do is get. Let's see if I turn off. Yeah, that's not going to work. Convex didn't really do a very good job of this. So I would probably not do it like that. So here's what's going to matter is when we do these staircases, if you just if you don't turn it to convex, it's going to apply the mesh to this whole dang thing. And this thing is expensive. If I go and find my staircase real quick, I'm actually on the right side of my screen looking for the pretty picture of the staircase, which I know I'm close. There it is. Hit the locate button. these staircases, even though they are very optimal, there's still a lot of stuff. So that's 1,096 triangles that we want to do. So how do we fix this? What I would do is actually split the stair. And we have our railings that will get a collider. And then this part right here will not get a collider. And we're just going to stick a flattened cube onto it. Or a slanted cube. And this will prevent us from jittering on the way up. It's just one smooth motion. So it's like a ramp instead of a stair. So how do we do this? I'm going to open up my 3D software. And if you haven't tuned in before, I always encourage you guys to always learn or have that 3D software on hand. So you could learn how to do this. Because the artist that develops your content is not going to be able to cover everything. I think it's reasonably inappropriate for us to assume that it's the artist's job to cover every single potential roadblock or issue that we have. Things are going to come up, and you don't want your pipeline to stop because, oh, the artist is doing this and he's on vacation. What do I do? I have to stop working. No. You don't stop working. You keep moving forward. You adapt. So what do I do? Here, it's real easy. I click these stairs and I right click on these and go to Show in Explorer. And that's going to show my asset inside of Gamedev HQ, or this project directory. So you could see, like, I have my 3D environments urban. If I go, let's see, does this show the entire path? I think this is in the E drive. This is the actual project itself. So I could take this and I can grab this asset and just drop it into my 3D program and hit OK. Now this is how easy it is to adjust this asset. I'm just going to clear my texture out so I could see this. Right now it's just one object. I'm going to go to my polygon mode and I'm just going to select all this and I make sure I grab the bottom elements as well. And if I move this down and out of the way, you can see now I have these two rails. Good? Good. So I'm going to right click on this and just do a split. So now that converts it into two objects. I have my rails on one side and on this side, and then I have my staircase on the other, and I can hide this, and you can see that when I when I complete this area, it's going to do a convex rigid body for just a staircase, and then I do a manual box collider for my stairs. And if I wanted to, I could even go in for, instead of having to do this custom, you know, we could even draw out our box collider right in here. You know, I could take this and draw this like here, and I'm going to make sure this goes all the way to the bottom of the floor. And now, this current box collider will actually have me kind of standing on top of the staircase, but I'd actually be floating. Because let's say I have my cube, let's say my capsule collider, right? If I were to be standing on this, you could see how I would be floating kind of in midair over it. So it's kind of I don't know, it will look a little funny, but, and I think this is probably a better size. So you may even want to just say, all right, I'm going to take my spline and possibly take this down a little bit to where I'm sitting not so much in the middle of it, but I'm sitting kind of in the center of the staircase. So that way, sometimes my feet will intersect. Now, the question would also come is, well, what happens when the feet clip into the staircase? What happens when... Okay, that's a whole nother system of IKs and all this other crap. But if you are actually... If you go online, just look up Resident Evil. Look up any third-person game that isn't Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption 2. Even Red Dead Redemption 1 does this. They are going to step through their staircases. So that's where this is kind of like a trick thing that you could do. So yeah, it's really up to you how you want to approach this. Actually, I'm going to take this. I'm going to push this in this way. There we go. So that way I keep my level correct over here, but this is where the spline is. So I can actually create a third polygon here. Extrude this out. Right there. And if I take this, I can increase the size. Select these. I'm going to connect and delete. And I'm also going to optimize this game asset. And then I'll go to my top perspective. And just position this in like that. So I have 3 game assets here. So here's my ramp. My ramp collider, my stairs, and my staircase. Okay? So I'm just going to hide this and do a file export FBX. Ors, yes, good luck with that, my friend, building those IK feet colliders. They have not been easy. But the new animation rigging system helps. But we've been playing with it. It hasn't been an easy one-click solution. So if I've done this and I just export this out, if I go back to my view mode, okay, so check out my stairs. I click on my staircase, and where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? I got 3 different elements in here now. And for some reason, my stairs didn't update. So let me just go ahead and copy this component. And I will paste the new stairs in. Paste component. Oh. Let's see. Transform, copy component. Paste component values. Let me delete this. Okay. And then you could see, okay, the stairs up here swapped out. I don't know why the bottom ones didn't. That's weird. So I have these 2 staircases right here. And I'm just going to leave this for right now. But on here, let's see. I believe this, what is it, staircase 2, because of the mesh. If I do a mesh collider but set it to convex, it's still going to set it into the center. That's no fun. So we're still going to need to create, well, you have the option. You can choose to do it that way or not. I may actually just do this in 3D because it would be a little easier for me to create the mesh. So I'm going to grab my pen tool. I'm going to select this, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points. And then once I get that outline, I just hit the extrude, drop it onto here, and now I connect and delete this stuff. Connect and delete. And I'm going to optimize this. Game object. And then I'm going to set this railing over on this perspective or on this side. And then I'm going to set this onto this side. So rails 2. I'm going to drop these down here. Okay. So then I'm going to do a file, export FBX. I'm going to hit save. I am replacing my object. I'm not creating a brand new one. And now that I did that, you can see these rails have now updated. Okay. So I don't need to. So these right here, these two rails and this ramp collider, what I could do is now turn these invisible, but I can add a mesh collider to them. And so now I got this great ramp mesh for my staircase to go right there. And then I got these rails. And because I built them to be efficient, there's just a couple points. Instead of these being, 600, 700 triangles each, looking at this, I'm probably looking at maybe 40 triangles. Which is far better, far more effective, and far better at runtime inside of Unity. So something to keep aware of. I'm also gonna, I just noticed this column is cutting into my wall or my rails. So we got to look at that once we're done and see if we could fix that. So this column right here is finished. If I go to this staircase up here, I could do the exact same thing. I'm going to go to these rail colliders. I'm just going to turn off the mesh renderer, but I'm going to add a mesh collider. So now my stairs are done. Then I'm going to go back to my colliders. And this was definitely one of those special circumstances where these have not been added. The colliders to these is I'm going to go ahead and drop in a box collider for the floor, and then the 4 columns right there, and then we have colliders, I believe, already up here. Let's see, for this, do we or not? We don't, so we got to do those as well. Okay, so we got a little bit of work to do, not a whole lot. So I'm going to go ahead and grab a floor. And let me just make sure that these colliders on this floor, I got the 2 floors right there. I am going to grab floor number 1, and I'm going to go to my side perspective. I'm going to go to this angle. And I'm just going to line this up right to the floor. Hey Art, hello. Let's see. Let's double check. Statue hallway. Now I think we're on the same colliders here, so I think we're doing pretty good. So let's go with this collider. Oh yeah. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yes. So this one, you're right. It comes right to this edge. So that collider is good. So then we just need to worry about this one and where its positioning is, and then we need the four little the pillars in this area. So I'm just going to duplicate this. I'm going to press F to focus. And I'll duplicate these 4 more times. Just like that. Let me go ahead and grab this stuff. And I'll move this up here. And then we also have these railings that are on this wall that we need to concern ourselves with. So do that and duplicate this and rotate over to this side. Art, it is going very well. We're having a lot of fun. We're getting a lot done, which is good. I had a slightly slower morning today because I actually loaded up and started up my computer, and in safe mode, it just nothing turned on, and unfortunately, so that was a pain. But other than that, everything is going really well. Now, so I noticed something. I don't see my bottom floor stair posts. I don't know if they got deleted or not. Did they possibly get deleted? I don't see them. And this is what I mean right here, these posts. So interior staircase, I know we have posts. Platform 2, rail, stairs, banisters, second story walkway maybe. Yeah, I have these banister posts. I don't know. I may have to create some of those, but for right now, I'm just going to drop these into, I think it's right here. And let me go ahead and select this. I'm going to copy this component. I'm going to paste the transform in so it moves my post over to here. And I can position those right here at the base of this. And then I may need to look at this bottom column. And I could either delete it or push it in. Ugh, good question. I don't know. I like the positioning of it, but I know it kind of cuts in. But I don't know. We'll see if this can fly. I don't know if it will. Or I could possibly shrink the width. I don't know if that will be more noticeable or not. Or do I just move the entire column? No. Questions. I don't know. Hello, gaming guy. Hello, Lynx. Welcome to, or I don't know how to pronounce your name, but welcome. And we're just working on some colliders for our staircase. So let's take a look at our staircase overall. Okay, so I come up here. And okay, so I noticed that my floor right here, my box collider is sitting too high. So I'm going to go back to my colliders for this floor. And I actually want to bring this down to right around here. Oh, position the column so that it serves at the bottom post. Here, let's try that. So I got to grab the top and the bottom. You know, these are just fun design choices. So you're saying kind of like that. Here, we'll delete this. I don't know. That, or we'll just leave the column right there. And maybe the player will never even notice. And yeah, I don't think the player's even going to notice. If I take this particular set of windows and move these and center them, I don't think they're going to care. Yeah, that'd be good. Boom! Boom! There we go. All right. Did we do a collider? Yes, it came up over to here. Over to here. Okay, and we'll be able to test that out. I want to add one more set of colliders right here on the bottom. And then we're going to run through this room. After we set it to static and we do all the other good stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and take this. Oh, that's a big one. Where's a smaller collider that I can work with? Let's see. There we go. I'm going to duplicate this. And what I want to do is I want to protect this area so I can't walk into it. That's all. So you tell that cat that it's in charge and you'll do what it says. I don't mess with cats. They'll scratch you if you don't listen to them. They're the only animal that I know of that could harm its owner, and it's your fault. Okay, so I put some colliders here, here, and let's go to this perspective. Well, yeah, that's going to go out of bounds. Okay. Okay, so that's good right there. I think we got all the colliders in our scene, and we should be ready to go. So what we'll do is we'll turn on all these environments, and then it's going to bake for just a little bit. And I will turn on my lights and my post-processing so we could see, it's doing that weird thing again. So I got to select all these, turn these off, and turn them back on. I don't know why it does that. It's very annoying. I wish it would kind of clean itself up. But darn, this is going to be cool. Okay, and while this is happening, I'm going to grab a quick bit of coffee. This is going to bake. Oh, so the baking crashed. So I'm going to go to progressive CPU, wait till the numbers appear, and then go back to progressive GPU. Wait till those numbers appear. And then I'm going to go grab a quick bit of coffee. I encourage you guys to do the same. And I'll be right back in just 2 seconds. Okay, real quick, I got to do a quick plug. To show you guys what we do here at Gamedev HQ, and then after that, we will get started. Introducing the Gamedev HQ Pro Membership, a brand new subscription-based service aimed at helping you succeed as a game developer. This service gives you access to powerful tools, amazing assets, and easy-to-follow certifications to make you become a legit Unity 3D game developer and software engineer. Get instant access to over 100 hours of authorized training available through our built-in custom streaming platform. Earn your game developer certification and software engineer certifications by developing games for 2D, 2.5D, 3D, mobile, and even AR. The Gamedev HQ Pro membership also provides the easiest, most powerful, and enjoyable tool to give you the freedom to create. Introducing Filebase, an amazing tool built for Unity 3D that gives you access to thousands of video game assets developed by our in-house team of artists, from weapons, tools, props, vegetation, vehicles, systems, and even entire levels. You'll see how incredibly easy and enjoyable game development can be. Your membership's value will continue to grow through the year as new assets are added on a weekly basis and can even be requested. We have made it our goal to help you not only enter the world of game development, but successfully build and publish your game. The Pro membership also includes a growing library of custom-built challenges and a vault filled with live Pro Workshop content. This Gamedev HQ Pro membership provides you a powerful set of tools and training that makes learning game development easier than ever before. Log on to GamedevHQ.com right now to learn how the Gamedev HQ Pro membership can become your game development solution. Okay, so that was the Gamedev HQ Pro membership. That's what we use to build out this entire level. It's weird to know that I'm like running a commercial about us, but this is who we are. I mean, some people love to do like Patreons help me out or kind of thing like that. We sell a product, and our product is our Pro membership, and part of that product is Filebase, along with our training. And we have some pro members in here. In fact, probably a lot of pro members in here who will probably vouch for us, hopefully, that it's a good product, and they gain what they envisioned they can gain out of it. And John and I work pretty hard to make sure that where we can be of service, we will try to help. We're not going to build your game for you, but we will provide tools and training necessary to help you guys get there. And one of the tools is Filebase, and I've been showing this a lot lately because I want you guys to be able to see what Filebase is. Filebase is a game asset library and a tool that we usually leave on while we're building our games so that we have easy and quick access to a plethora of assets. It's not a la carte. It's not point system. You're not going to pay for things every time you use something. You're going to buy one subscription per year, and it's going to give you access to all these asset bundles, all these asset packs. Now, each one of these bundles and packs can contain, some only have, one game object. Other ones, like bombs, this one has 7 through 16. I can't do my math right now. I think that's 8 or 9. But that's has 9 bombs in it. So you could see how, the amount of assets you get quickly add up, and we try to get these in textures. So if you do download this, you're downloading one 13 megabyte file instead of what you would normally do on an asset store where you download something, and I feel like asset stores, it's like, how much can I get for one price? And you end up searching for the product that gives you the most stuff, even if it's not necessarily what you want, or if it's not necessarily the highest quality. You're looking for quantity over quality in most cases. In our instance, if you sign up for our membership, You get it all. So there's no worrying about, oh man, I have to download this banister. What's that going to cost me? Nothing. You just click the download button and it's there. It's in your game. So we spent some time building the actual level, going through our directory of assets that we currently have, dropping in, let's say another wall, another desk, another shelf, cabinet, until we filled up our entire scene. Which is this entire RE2 level, using only 60, I think it was 62 different asset bundles to fill out this entire environment. And then we used Unity's HDR pipeline to help us build the rest of this environment. And that's where we're currently at right now, is we used Unity's strength of lighting and systems, and now we're applying that to our scene. So the next thing I want to do is I want to go to my occlusion culling. I'm going to clear this out and I'm going to bake it again. And now this is going to bake all the assets that are set to static. So I probably should have made sure that everything in here, yeah, I didn't do it. So I got the hallway 5. I need to set certain items to static, which are basically going to be the ceiling, floors, and walls. So I hit the static button. And what this is going to do is it's going to not only bake these elements in, but then it's also going to allow me to use something called occlusion culling. Let's see. So when you do the occlusion culling, where the areas that you look at are the ones that actually get rendered in real time, but it ignores all the polygons behind. We have a couple issues, minor issues that we got to figure out, but let's play with this, see what we come up with. And the bake times are actually pretty good. We're using our progressive GPU system to speed up our bake times, and we got like 5 more areas to worry about, and then we will be able to thoroughly walk through our entire environment. And then once that's completed, I hopefully will have my third-person character controller and the zombies ready. We could test that out, see if it works. Let's see. Yeah. Peggy says it's a great. The pro membership is great. Tom says Jonathan took some time to conference with me to help me figure out a problem I was having with my code, completely unrelated to any courses. That's awesome. Yep. Yeah. John loves taking time with pro members. He's even set up a specific page made specifically for pro members only. Let's see. The cats are all day at home. Nubby, man, your cats are asserting their dominance on you, buddy. They're trying to own the location. you gotta fight back. You gotta get down on all 4s, and you gotta show them that you're the alpha cat, not them. Growl at them. Do what you need to do. We don't let our cats out, but they turn. Yeah, if you guys end up like getting on all 4s to growl at your cat, please send me the video because I will post it online. We're gonna clear and hit bake. All right, now hopefully, fingers crossed, this works. So I'm gonna press play. All right, let's see if this is the most horrible thing in the world, or we're doing pretty good. Okay, so we hit a little bit of a bump there. Okay, what I'm going to do is take my scene view, and I'm going to put it on this side. And I'm going to turn on visualize for occlusion culling, so you guys can see how the occlusion culling is working. Let me turn off gizmos. So you can see the areas that I look at show up. So I can walk down this hallway, and we see our post-processing is coming into play. And then I can walk on over here. This hallway's open. Oh yeah, look at that. That looks good. And I walk down this hallway. How are my stats? Hold on. Oh, I ran into that wall. Let's see. Let's walk down our stairs. There you go. That's exactly how it's supposed to work. Now, I think my frames are dropping. 70 frames per second, 62, 74. And I think it may have to do with lighting more than anything. I love that reflection. Look at that reflection of that chandelier right here. Isn't that pretty? I can go up my staircase. I can't walk off of it. Go up it. It's nice. It's smooth. There we go. So what do you guys think? You loving this? Are you loving this? You have got to love this. I know some of you guys mentioned that you're going to go on to, like, Unity's doing like a coding thing right now. You should tell Unity. You should drop into the Gamedev HQ room right now and see what they're doing, because it is blowing minds right now. This looks really good. Like, once we get a character controller in here and some zombies, whew, this is going to be awesome. This is going to be really good. Okay, so how do you guys feel about this? Now, there's that weird little bug right here. I don't know why it does this. It turns things blue. I have to go back. It has everything to do with my reflection probe for some odd reason. Now, why do we keep rendering and re-rendering versus like setting it to baking it permanently? I do it primarily because I could bake pretty quickly, but also, why do I do it? I don't know. I think I like punishment. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna hide these 3 hallways, because we could actually hide all of this right now if we wanted to. Because what we need to do, we need to go into the save room over here. So we'll keep this hallway. I'm going to turn on my save room at this point. And where's my save room? Come on, turn on. There we go. And this is our room. Did I call this a save room? I should have called this well, this is a save room in essence. Like, we would normally have like a typewriter right here, which I didn't get ordered. I didn't get built. So I'd have to probably order that, or we'd have to tell the user, you know, you're going to be using computers at this point, or you have to go to the copy machine to save your game. I don't know. Okay. So let's see. Let's go ahead. Does everybody have cats except me? I wish I could have a cat. I really do. Well, based on your stories, though, I mean, it sounds like I don't want a cat. But, you know, it would be nice to have a pet that could just hang with you all the time. I work from home, so it'd just be a nice little convenience factor where it's not gonna like, pet me all the time, but it could hang out with me for a very long time. I don't think I would do well with a bird, and I certainly don't think I would do well. Well, I do great with dogs. I love dogs, but cats, I'm just allergic to death to them. I've tried living with them. I've tried coexisting in their world. I just can't do it. So yeah, I may need to get a dog. I don't know what kind of puppy I'd want, but we'll see. Okay. So I'm going to click on this door. Let's just go ahead. I double doored it. Okay. So I'm going to click on this door. I did that a lot, apparently. so I can at least see the outside. I'm not worried about door physics yet. This is just primarily just setting up rooms. Let's see. Adam says you get used to them enough. Dogs have no expectations and always forgives. Yeah, I need a lot of forgiveness in my life. Oh, look at that. That's such a cool post-processing trick. I mean, I hope you guys apply this to every game that you guys work on. Let's see. After that, your cats will judge you for the first 30 minutes. After that, they'll love you again and start demanding things. Okay. I've got 2 kids. They're allergic too. That's a bummer. Okay, so we need to set up our colliders here. And so let's go ahead and grab a set of colliders and drop them into this area. I'm going to use the statue hallway colliders. So I'll just, or staircase to floor. I'm sorry, staircase to floor colliders. I'll duplicate those and I'll drop this in the hallway 09. And then let's see. I want to see those colliders real quick. So I got to turn on gizmos to see those. And in here, I want to wipe out. I want the short walls. So I'll delete all the other walls. And I want the floors that would actually be on the ground level. So 1 and 2. So I'll get rid of 2 and 3. And objects, I'll just keep a short version, a short floor object. Now these colliders, going to this perspective right here, and if I turn off my lights in my post processing, it should be a little easier to see. I'll turn off gizmos. Where's my save room? Oh, my save room is underneath, so I need to turn off statue hallway. Okay. And I will turn off auto generate for right now because we don't have to worry about baking. Let's see. Oh, Adam's got a dachshund that sits on his. Oh, that is awesome. Oh, that must be amazing. Studio I work for do a game about a cat. It would be super great. Salamanders will leave you, come back, and demand stuff. A salamander? Oh my goodness, Peggy. It sounds like you got quite the animal collection. I want a pug. I want a dog. My cats can challenge. The chat has devolved into a pet club discussion. It really has. It devolves quickly. Okay, so I turn on my gizmos. I could see where the colliders are in this area, and you could see that this wall already has colliders attached. So I want to go ahead and turn on, go to my other save room hallway, and I'm going to just ignore this wall, but I need walls for this area, and knock that out. I always go to the animal shelter and the dog adopts me. Yeah, so I could see how that happens. By the way, what's John up to during COVID-19? He's licking toilets. He is trying to prove the world wrong by licking as many toilets as he can. No, he's in Hawaii. What do you think he's doing? He's probably gone to the beach. He's probably him and Julie are probably just hanging out and just having a horrible time being locked in paradise, watching beautiful sunsets every day. But he'll manage. I mean, if you guys want to send him a hope you feel better note, you can. But I think he'll be okay. Let's see. Ferrets are kind of fun. Yeah, but they have that funny smell. I don't like their scent. Like there's certain animals, like a dog, I could smell it. And especially around the paws. It smells good. I don't know what it is. I may be just disgusting, but the paws of a dog have a certain smell to them that I actually really like. But the ferrets have this weird like skunk thing going on. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not to, put down anybody who loves ferrets, but not my thing. If you don't travel much, what are into sugar gliders? They require minimal effort. They just hang out in your pouch on your lap. Let's see. I have a pug beagle. I heard those things are awesome. One of the guys I know who's big into Cinema 4D. His name is oh gosh. Worked with him a lot in the past, and I don't know why. EJ. EJ, he's a big pug guy. So I'm gonna set these. I'm gonna set this floor right here, and we'll increase the Z depth. Position these walls right here. And then, how do you deal with salamander poo? Is it noticeable? I don't know if you get asked that often. All right. So we got our walls all lined up. Now we got our floor laid in. So now we just need to do the objects. And the objects in this room are the columns. So let's knock those out real quick. And those are just boxes. One, two, three. And okay, so now I'm going to do. Oh, really? Is that what I like? Is the smell of bacteria? If that's the case, just gotta roll with it. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is and for those of you who just tuned in, I am building box colliders around my objects to minimize the complexity. And certain objects require it. Now, my character, I think this first-person controller has the ability to jump, but in-game, my character's not going to be able to. So I'm not going to have him be able to walk onto, let's say, this paper thing. I'm just going to block him from it. So I'm going to go to this perspective mode. And make sure that he can never intersect this. And I'm using just simple square colliders to reduce the amount of rigid bodies in the scene and keep my area very simplified. So we have this chair. We have let me grab this one. We have this other chair. Duplicate this over here. And even this trash can, I'm going to make sure it's just a box collider. So if I go to my perspective mode now and I hit the colliders button, that's the lights, you could see where my player will be able to walk. There's just a path through here, over to there, and there's a little bit of area to walk through over here. So that's all that you could really do. It's like fish poo. It's like fish poo. Like, what does that mean? Fish poop in water. It's like Oh, you mean it's like a long orange strange that looks like a worm kind of thing? Because that sounds awful. Um, Dog paws go everywhere out. I know, but the dog stays in the house unless it runs. I mean, I could tell the difference between like a dog who freshly stepped in poo and then like a dog whose paws have just been like they've been in the house all day. They've taken their bath. They've just a scent to them. I don't know what it is. I don't know. It's weird. People get like that. I'm a freak. I'm sorry. Okay. So I'm going to stop justifying my patterns and I'm going to select these two elements, these ceiling, walls, and floors in this area. And I'm just going to set these to static. I don't have anything in here, but if you guys happen to know a link of where that room is back here, like image-wise, we could possibly fill that in before we move on to the next section. Or if not, we'll just move on to the next section. I mean, I don't know how desperate you guys are in wanting to have that room that is like that black. Is it called a black room where they photo develop? And we'll just go from there. Okay, so that's good. I want to get the other hallways in too before I load the whole sucker up, and we'll run through this. So we have our this zombie hallway. Now this zombie hallway is one that I have been really looking forward to walking through because I think this is going to be more impressive for me personally than the main hallway or the press room. I think it's gonna just look so much cooler. All right, I didn't double hallway this, right? No, I did not. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this door open this way so I can walk through it. I mean, I could just walk through it, but I don't know. I'll just kind of do it this way, and then it's easy to adjust it later with some script. So in here, we're gonna go ahead and drop in our colliders as well. So where am I going to get the colliders? I'll actually just grab them from this area, Colliders 02, because it's on the first floor. I think that would be the better thing. When you get a ferret from a pet store, it has one of its scent glands removed. They actually need fairly regular baths. The scent is insect and rodent repellent. If you have one in your house, mice will avoid your house like the plague. My ferret hunt. Holy goodness, that's awesome. Now, are they like cats and birds where they will show you their latest conquest and bring it to you so you can appreciate their work? Sort of brown and all over the place. Ew, no, okay. Have you heard about Displayland app? I have not heard about Displayland app. What is Displayland app, Death Gamer? Death Gamer Tekken Global Mod. You got to explain that to me. Yeah, he is self-quarantining on the beach. He will make it. He's a survivor. I don't know how he's gonna do it. I mean, he's got it tough. He's got a beautiful and funny wife that he's self-quarantined with. The only issue is Jules works in healthcare, so hopefully she doesn't pick up the coronavirus while assisting patients. But other than that, she's a very fine young woman, and far too good for Mr. Jonathan Weinberger, but he's also a good guy as well. Let's see. Tekken. That's Tekken Global Mod. I tried the other day after Bracky's video. Didn't turn out too bad for the low samples I provided. Yeah, I still don't know what it is, but Let's see, is it something that Bracky's posted? Is that 2D thing he was doing? All right, guys, so I am just laying out the floor. Oh, photogrammetry. Oh, yeah. Photogrammetry. You know, if photogrammetry is very hit or miss. Sometimes it's amazing for like models and statues and stuff like that. But you know, sometimes you want to do it for humans, and it's awful. I would highly recommend not using photogrammetry for humans unless you really know what you're doing. I would honestly, yeah, but it's great for like you know, fountains and rocks and smaller items that are very in nature. They're not or they're not synthetic. They don't have hard edges. They're like so organic and so just like sprawled everywhere. It's really good for that. But there's a lot of really good photogrammetry tools out there. In fact, we had one company hit us up not too long ago, and they were using photogrammetry for the iPhone, where it would take a whole bunch of photos of it, and then you can export out a triangulated version of what they wanted. And I was like, oh, it's a really cool system. I like that. Let's see. So we have our floors. Let's go ahead and create our walls. We don't have to worry about this wall because this area already has the wall connected. So I am going to focus in on creating the walls for this hallway, starting with this area. And we're kind of rinse and repeat what we have been doing for the last 2 hours. But it's going to be badass. It's going to look really good. Yes, Rocco will go to the other end of the basement, find a baby snake, kill it, and then he'll chatter loudly all the way over as he drags it to show. That's awesome! Oh my gosh. That is hysterical. Wow. So do you have like little garter snakes, Nubby, growing in your basement or something like that get in there at times? That is funny. Let's see. These walls are coming together pretty easily. I'm going to duplicate this. And then I will duplicate this wall. Uh-oh. I want these fixed angles. I don't do float. Oops, and I made a mistake. See, I didn't adhere to the my own rules about doorways. Let's see. Oh, you sent me a link to that dark room. Oh, Tom, you're the man. You the man. Dark room, not a black room, a dark room. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, yeah. It's a little tiny, but it's good. Okay, so that's what the dark room looks like. Okay. And that's a pretty cool one because we then have to use another post-processing profile. Instead of like hoping that our lights are going to carry over the entire scene, we can use a different type of post-processing profile to really make that shine. Let's see. Yep, 360 by 360. I think that's his. Oh, and here's another shot. So we got like the air vent over here, and we got stuff hanging on the wall. We got this little. Okay, so we have a good idea. Awesome, thank you. Okay, so I got those colliders placed into here. Now I want to go ahead and grab my box collider. And we have a lot of columns in this area, so we do need to take those into account. And in this area, I'm also going to go to my ceilings and floors. And where's all the air? Where are all the air vents? Are those in props? They may be in props. Nope. Nope. Air duct. Ah, there they are right there. I'm going to take these. Yep, those were in props. And I'm going to grab that, and I'm going to move this up to the top of my list so I could just hide it and it's easy to find. And this will make, you know, setting up these colliders for these columns a lot easier for me to visualize. I don't want to guess. I have a nice DJ, Dubby says I have a nice DJI drone, so I might be able to get some nice monument or building shots, maybe turn them into assets down the road. We shall see. That's a good idea. It's a really good idea. All right. Columns. Now, this one right here is actually a giant crate. So I'll just position that just like that. And I'm going to take this square, plaster that right there. And we'll just get back to this area right here. Because of the crate, I could actually just make this one giant collider. Let's see. And then I will add this column here, this column to this side. Kind of monotonous work going on right now, but it's essential. Select these. And this wall, this whole thing will turn into one giant collider. So you can't run into it. And yeah, I mean, this work is really easy. It's just, it's a little time consuming, that's all. And then we will duplicate this here. Then we got a whole bunch of stuff over here. So let's see what we can do for this area. I may actually just stretch this out a little bit. Just like that, and I will put another box collider right here. And so the player can walk kind of right here, but that's as far as they can get. And then I will put this other box collider right here so that they can't walk any further into that area. And let's go ahead and select our colliders and see where we can. Oh, so we got another crate over here. If we don't get those, our player is going to walk into the crate. Okay, so I go back to my collider, crate, crashing into all this stuff. This looks good. It's just a floor connection. This looks good. Crashing into that stuff. All good, all good. Doors open. I don't care about this wall. All right. I think the colliders in this area are all set. And so we'll be able to set those to static, and then we'll be able to move that on. Move on from that. Tom says that's why we occasionally had some odd colliders in games. Yeah, I mean, it happens, dude. It happens. That's why you have playtesters. They tell them, you know, I don't care about you beating the game. I want you to run into every single wall. We have black snakes. Unfortunately, no mice, so they just come inside for the heat. Just hissy little mouse. So where are you at, Nubby Ninja? Where are you at? I'm curious because I'm probably gonna not buy a house if there's gonna be mice in it. I live in New Mexico, so we have. As far as animals go, I have seen one centipede. It was a centipede in my entire couple years here, and it was dead. Other than that, I see occasionally cockroaches and nothing else. Oh, I do see roadrunners though. That's cool. Like, we will see roadrunners going through our neighborhood. I don't know if you've ever seen one, what one looks like. They're actually quite pretty. Yeah, we get these running through our front yards a lot. And we will occasionally see a coyote. And I kid you not, we've had a bear in our neighborhood. And the bear came down from the mountains, and I have the Nextdoor app, and folks were freaking out on it, like, oh my god, oh my god. And I'm like, no, there's no bear. Literally, the bear got maybe 2 blocks away in someone's backyard, and then they found it and they tranked it and brought it back up to the mountains. But I guess it just followed the path from the mountains, and it followed the waterway all the way down to where we were, and it just kind of hung out. So we've had those animals. I can't think of any other ones. The only time we're really cautious is with the coyotes, because usually when you see one, you may see a couple other ones. And you're more concerned about the dogs, because we've actually had it to where my mother-in-law, her house is up on the mountains, and she went out of town, and then she came back, and her dog was on the bed bleeding. And I guess the coyote caught her, but she ran in through the dog door, and the coyote couldn't fit in through the dog door. And when they got back, they had to take her, get stitches, because she laid on the bed because she was injured. But that was, I think, the only time that we all noticed that, we got to be very careful about these things, because they're definitely around. But yeah, so okay, so we need to add colliders into this press room, and once we finish adding the colliders to this press room, we're going to set it to static, and we'll walk from the top floor in our star's office all the way downstairs through this hallway into this press room. And I think our minds are literally going to explode. Our minds are going to bust out of our eyes, and it's going to be incredible. All right. So I'm going to take this double door, and I just want to crack this doors open. And there's no practical purpose. We have no colliders on these doors. I'm just doing it so we could see the post-processing stack change as we go from one set of doorways to the other set. Okay, so I'm going to go to my bottom floor colliders, and let's take a look at what we got here, because I don't want to repeat work. Okay, so I know I have these walls right here. I'm going to keep these colliders here. What I may even do is extend some of these walls so that I could use them on both sides, like this. And that will just save me some work. And in fact, these colliders usually won't even come into play, because I'm going to box this whole area up to prevent our player from ever walking into that area. So, but it will come to play in this side if I allow the player to walk into this corner. So this is just a good way to save some time. Let's see. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. These look fine, I believe. I will make them a little bigger, though. And I'll make this wall thicker. You know what New Mexico has, which is also interesting, is they have a prairie dog problem. There's a the airport down here was close to like this prairie dog type of field, and they couldn't stop. They were just breeding out of control, and it would be a problem because you don't want them to be near your flight path, because if they're on the road and you run a huge airliner jet over them, it causes the road to get a little slippery. So they had to make sure that those animals weren't going to impede the areas that the planes were going to land. So they had to like basically blast the ever living hell out of them to get them out of there. But it was more done to protect the humans as they landed versus anything else. Let's see. So we're going to grab these and delete that. All right, now I'm going to grab these colliders. Oh, I deleted the wrong ones. I need... press room. There we go. So I want to grab this colliders 3, and I'm going to duplicate this entire folder and just bring this over to 4. And I'm going to delete all these extra objects. And I only concern myself with these particular objects because these are going to actually go into here. Now you guys know where I live. No! Just to break it to you, Albuquerque is a pretty big city. So it's going to be hard to find. But yes, all right. So I'm going to create this floor collider right here. And then I'm going to duplicate this. And set this right here. And right here. And then I need my final floor collider, which will be just this giant rectangular box, so to speak. And then what I want to do is grab this floor object, and I'm actually going to duplicate this. And I'm going to set this right here for this wooden plank. And I'm going to raise this up. So I'll press the F key. I'll raise this up. And what this should do is create sort of like a step. So when I do hit this collider, so 0.08, let's say. When I do hit this collider, my player is going to kind of bounce up onto this step, which will look pretty darn good. And then I think the rest of this is all will be all objects. And I think when we do finally put these doors in and make them work, we can't have this door open like that. We have to have the doors open outwards. Otherwise, it's going to restrict and cause some problems as people walk in to this area. Now, I'm wondering... I have that going on. I don't know what that is. Is there a second... Oh, look at that. There we go. It was a second floor attached to the first one that was just like jutting into itself. Okay. So, now I'm going to go up top, and I want to create box colliders for all my objects in my scene. So, and then I also want to create them for my columns. So I'm going to create some columns right there. Oops. I'll duplicate this. And I'm really just hitting the big columns in this room. Right there. And over here. And we got a bunch of stuff over here, so I'm not going to get too specific. Now I just want to create nice, huge boxes to kind of block off areas in my room that I don't want the player to walk into. They don't have to be 100% exact, but you don't want the player kind of clipping into it. So even this like whole section right here with all these chairs, right? It's got this kind of square profile. So I'm just going to drop a square in for right now. If I need to get more specific, I can get more specific. Like for this one chair that kind of juts out, I'll create a box collider for that. And then over here, this is going to be great. I get to basically lock off this whole section. Then we will do this again. Okay. And then I'm going to grab more assets. And I'm just going to kind of create, I guess like a sort of a shape with this table. But in this game, the fireplace is very important. So you still want to allow your player to get access to this fireplace section, which is right here. And then I'm going to create another cube that blocks my player from running into I don't want to go clip too much to this wall. So how about I do this? I'll clip it sort of like here, and then I'll create another cube that clips right here. And I'm kind of going a little quick. I wouldn't say reckless, but I'm going fast. There we go. So, oops, here, let's make sure that the player can still get to the fireplace. All right, let's take a look at these colliders. So here's the walk room that the player can go into. They can't go into this area, but they can go all the way around the room. Oh, we missed the table right here. So you got to add that. And I also missed the podium. So make sure I get this podium right here. And then I'm also going to make sure I get this table. Oh, and I also have to get this whiteboard right over here to protect that. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and hit save. I'm going to go look into my collider view, and I want to just make sure that's all good. Looks good. Looks good over here. I got my vending machines. I could probably get to this little crack right here. I don't know if I want to change that or not. We'll see at runtime. It looks like I got a freestanding wall in the middle right here. So I'm just going to delete this because that will ruin my gaming experience. And then I got this nice little walkway over here. I see all these objects there. I got the bump, and then it takes me into this room. I can walk through here. Okay, I think this is good. I think we have enough to where I could set these two sections to static. Now, with that done, I have that hallway and those two sections. I'm going to turn the rest of my environment on. And I'm going to turn these off and on, and I'm going to turn on auto generate. And let's see how this renders out. All right, it is rendering. Yep, it did that weird thing again. So I'm going to turn it off, on. So hopefully the reflection probes won't freak out. Okay. Okay, let's see if this grinds. Now, I'm using a 1060, a GTX 1060. Of course, you're going to get far better performance with better, better graphics cards. So, you know, if you guys can afford it, awesome. It will definitely make your stuff look a lot better. I'll turn on my post-processing so we could see this from a post-processing view. I don't know why that's there. Got to keep this clean. Okay, 30 seconds left. And let's see, what do you guys say? I lived in Reno for a few months when I was a kid. It snowed a lot. Yes, it did. Reno's pretty cool. I have nothing against Reno. I used to live in Vegas, and I wish I went to UNR, but I didn't. We had a mole problem here for a while. Everyone had moles. Fixed mine with the ferret. Makes sense. We had voles, but then they rototilled and they decided not to come back. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. Yarp, I'll do it. Plant holly everywhere on your property and they tend to evade. Interesting. Okay, this saved. So I'm going to go to occlusion culling. I'm going to go to bake, clear, and let's rebake everything. Okay, here is the moment of truth, folks. Oh, dang it. Now it's rebaking. I thought we were there. We'll see if this looks good. I want to set this to visualize. Turn off occlusion culling. I'll turn off gizmos. You could already see that it's working right now. I don't want to set my lights to static, but I'm wondering, well, it really wouldn't matter because the lights aren't bouncing off of anything. But right here, this is interesting. I can see the bottom floor. So we got to check that out and see why it's doing that. Because it shouldn't. We shouldn't see the bottom floor. That's just extra polygons that are unnecessary. So I'm curious about that. Maybe we could do something with like the smallest hole. Let's see. And give scene computer fast as parameters. Better results will be achieved when fine-tuning the parameters on a scene-by-scene basis. All the parameters are dependent on the unit scale of the scene, as it is imperative that the unit scale parameter is set correctly before setting the default values. Okay. So I'm curious if we were to set this bake to, let's say, 1, clear, and bake that. Would we see? You still see it. We gotta play with that. Not exactly sure what we'll need to do to get this working. Which is kind of a bummer. Something here. I don't know what it is, but there's something here. The good thing is that, let's see, does it clear on the Z buffer? Because if you're looking in a direction, it appears to be drawing all the way out, not just what the camera sees. I don't know. I don't know. Let's take a look. Let's ask the gurus of Google. I don't know. Using an occlusion culling area component to define a view volume, add an occlusion culling area component to an empty game object. In the inspector, configure the size so that the bounding volume covers the desired area. In the inspector window, enable is view volume. This may be interesting. This may be a solution. Occlusion portals. It occludes other game objects. Okay. Oh, I think my bake finished. So let's test this out. And I think we may have to mess with the occlusion culling areas. No, it did that dang thing. That is annoying. All right. I hate that I have to do that. That's so annoying. But that gives us more chance to read. Bake that occlusion culling area into your scene. Choose a suitable game object for your scene to act as an occlusion portal. Good candidates are large, solid game objects such as a door. Ensure that the game object is not marked. Add an occlusion portal. Oh no. I'm wondering. So let's see. The bake's almost done anyway. I don't see anything about a Z buffer, but we may have our answer here with this occlusion area. So we'll test that out. Maybe it will help Unity understand. Oh my gosh. What the heck is going on? Why did it do it again? I want to go to the save room or my Raccoon Police Department. Yeah, this is the one that's causing me problems. That's not. Why is this one causing me problems? Reflection probe, what are you doing? Let me see something. In camera. It's doing none. My environment set to none. Let's see. Yeah, I think it is a save and restart kind of situation. Of course. All right. Well, it was bound to happen. You're building games, guys. All right, let's load this back up again. It's back again. Wow. Is it here? What the heck? Let's take a look at the reflection probe. It's reflecting something. So let's go to our gizmos. All right. I want to shrink down my reflection probe. Let's press F. Yeah, it's catching something. I don't know what it is necessarily, but you could kind of see what it's catching. And unfortunately, I can't tell what it is on this image. I don't know what it is. Is it a light? No. Is it a prop? No. Is it this decal? No. Is it ceiling wall? No. So something is creating this. I have no idea what it is. So what could be creating that blue? Let's think hard about this. What could possibly be creating this blue? If I go to my main camera, can I set this to color and set the color to black? If I did that, Does that change anything? A little bit, but it's still reflecting something in our environment. And I don't know what it is. Is it clipping? Something is. Something is attaching only to this probe. And I don't know why it is just this probe. Curious. I'm tired of constantly resetting this. For right now, I'm curious. So let's go back to none. I'm just going to turn off the probe in this room. Something funky is going on with that particular probe, and it's halting my progress. So I'll let this rebake and see if it's that particular probe or not. Actually, I know it's that probe. All right. Yeah, I think we could try recreating the probe, and I think Adam might be onto something where maybe another. I just don't know where that blue that blue light exists, unless it's capturing that blue light from, let's say, this area over here. You know, maybe capturing that as part of the reflection, and that's why the room is turning blue. But, you know, we'll try a couple things, you know, and we'll see where we go. More than that, I just want to test these other rooms out and run through them and see if they're as beautiful as I hope. And then we can come back to this one room and really hammer it out and see what's going on. Occlusion, culling. Let's see. Oh, not set it to 100? Is that what that is? Is a size optimization that reduces unnecessary details by testing back faces. A value of 100 is robust and never removes any back faces. A value of 5, aggressively reduces the data with visible back faces. The idea is that typically valid camera positions cannot see many back faces. Okay. All right. We'll test that. We'll do a couple of these where we'll test it at 50, and then we'll test it at 25 and see where that is. And I think you may be right. This GPU is taking a while to bake. But I should have probably considered that because we're baking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 environments right now, all at one time. So, I mean, since we're waiting, how about you guys go grab a drink? I go grab a drink. Let's take it easy. Got plenty of time. And I'll come back as soon as it's done, and we will push forward. Okay? So let me just go ahead and put on a little bit of tunes, and I will be right back. Okay, looking into this more. Let's take a look at this. Okay, so this blue probe is stretching into my scene, but I'm starting to get a clue here. All right, looking into this hallway. Here's where it cuts off. It's right there. So let me look at my room. And I'm going to go to my, this is the vending machine hallway. And let's take a look at this reflection probe. All right, this reflection probe goes all the way. And then I have another reflection probe starting here. So this reflection probe is catching something. And it may be down below. And let's say, and so just to test this, if I grab this probe, all right, it's catching something, and it's blowing it out to bright white, which is interesting. And you could see the probe right there. And it is catching. What are you catching? What do you see? What do you see, probe? If I were to reset this. What is going on? Okay, let's reset this. If I reset the probe, all right. That is correct. The size is off. Now let's go to influence volume, and it sees pure white above, which is interesting. So let me go ahead and change this volume size. And let's go to the Z. Okay. Now let's go back to our perspective mode. It's blue. There is something here that is causing this. Why are you seeing blue? Why is the sky white? It's the other question. It shouldn't be white. My normals are facing the right direction. This is interesting. Let's see. Can I hide something? Maybe I need to hide the default? No, I want to keep the default. Transparent effects? Hide post? No. If I hide everything, nothing will still give me white. It sees this white. Is this color? Was that it? I had to clear it out? I'm wondering, I don't know what it is. There's like these little white lines here, which is leaking through this blue, and it shouldn't do it. It is so bizarre, guys. Yeah, it is seeing something here that is causing it to not really like what's happening, and I don't understand what it is. But yeah, there's like this white environment that's being projected. So let me go back to my Raccoon Police Department into my post probes. I'll enable this, which should turn this blue. I'll turn off the depth. Where's the depth? Depth. Clear depth. It looks like that cleaned it out. And I could see the reflection probe. It's like this box has a gap in their reflection probe. I have no idea what it is, but it's creating this reflection probe gap. Hey Vlad, how's it going? We're just there's some sort of weird thing happening with our reflection probe, and we can't seem to knock that out and figure out why it's doing that. But it looks like my bake is done. So if I go to occlusion culling and I go to my bake, I clear and I bake again, it's going to recompute my occlusion culling. Does the probe stay baked? It looks like it. But now my probe is significantly brighter. I don't know, there's something here. It's those white areas. These I could point them out to you, and we could see in this probe these white gaps right here that are thoroughly blasted with light, that's causing our reflection to just go explode. And I don't know what it is. If I turn on clear depth, it brings back in that blue thing. So I'm not quite sure what it is. Where's John? Fortunately, I don't think John would know this, actually. He is great at coding, but on the graphics side, that's not his strength. Interesting. And even on here, you could see the probes. That white light part is not there, but over here it is. And I don't think our ceilings are the problem, but we could test this out real quick. If I grab, we can grab my 6 ceiling elements, and I can bring this further down. Where's the arrow? Let's see if that fixes things. I don't think it will. Yep, the probe's still there. It still sees what it wants to see. Interesting. All right. Hold on. Did that just clear it out? Jeez, these are so glitchy. Look, okay, that white stuff is now gone. Interesting. Turn it off, turn it on. Apparently it works. Why? All right. But now my big times have shot up to the roof. What the heck? All right. Here, let's try this again. Hide. Turn on. There we go. Now this should go fast. I don't know. It's not the perfect system, but we'll get there. We'll get there, folks. Let's see. That wall's set to static. That's interesting right there. Oh, the column. I think that column set to static too, so that should fix that. All right, we got a minute left to go. I'll just sit back here and enjoy my work. Let's see. We still got to build that room in. Seven, 6, 5. Come on. No, don't add more numbers. You want no, stop. Go to 0. Oh, you're such a tease. You seriously, you're gonna play with me at 1 second? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and hit play. Let's see our world. Oh, I could show you the world. Whoa. Do you see that? Oh, something is so... Oh, my God. I don't like this room. I'm leaving this room. Oh, what the crap is going on? Holy goodness. Wow. Okay. So clearly we have an issue. All right. Mental note. What is this crap? My beautiful environment. That's half missing. Stop it. What the hell? Oh my God. What is going on? What is going on? What? Oh, ho, ho, wow. All right. Okay. Let's just go back and start this one by one. Because I thought we were done. I thought we were good to go. I'm going to turn off the press room and the zombie room floor. I'm going to turn that back on because I know that worked. And then we'll go back and see if it's that press room and the other stuff in there that's maybe colliding with the floor up above. It's definitely creepier now, I know. That's gonna impress some people right there. Let's see, 154. That's still grinding down. Let me see what music I want to listen to while we're doing this. Because this is going to take forever. Yeah. Hee-haw. Yeah, bourbon would help. Yeah, it really would. Moonshine would help. Let's hit some bro time. Sounds like a nice little 70s playback. Here, how about we do this one? Okay, let's see. Alright, I'm going to test this out. I'm playing the music right now to put my mind at ease, because I'm about to lose my shit. Oh my god, it's glitching out. Okay. Let me rebake my occlusion culling. Alright, now I'll try it. Okay. Okay. Occlusion culling is back. That may have been the issue. Let's see. Okay. What is this? This is not supposed to happen. Alright. So I go into my vending machine hallway, to my statue hallway. Is my statue hallway set to static? Static, yes. So let's go into my statue hallway right now. How does it look? My statue hallway looks fantastic, Al. It really is the greatest thing you've ever done. Okay, thank you, Al, for appealing that to me. So this is set to good. Okay. So then I go to my occlusion culling, and I'm going to set this to 0.05 is what it was originally. I'm going to clear this, clear, and bake this again. Okay. Now let's test that out. All right. Go through here. All right. Okay. I'm not running into any issues right now. Let's get to the staircase. Have to play around with those reflection probes. Okay. I think we're back to where we needed to be before I lose my cool, man. Okay. colliders, statue hallway, posts and probes. Number 5. All right, I see this one. I don't even see a reflection probe for this area, which explains why this area looks so freaking dull. So let's fix that. Okay. Okay, so that fixes that. So I got a probe here, probe here. I'll move this up here. Here, then to here, then to here. Right? Okay, so that goes all the way around there. And then I'm going to turn on these bottom 2 areas. I think the problem came with the occlusion culling. I think I set the value too low, and then I reset it, and then it was just like, no, this ain't cool. So let's bring it all back. All right. And then hopefully we can cross our fingers and we'll be set to go. All right. Thank you for sticking through this with me. I know that we can pull through this. I could do a shameless GDHQ plug while we wait. What kind of shameless GDHQ plug are you talking about? Are you talking about, I don't know, this shameless GDHQ plug?
Introducing the Gamedev HQ Pro Membership, a brand new subscription-based service aimed at helping you succeed as a game developer. This service gives you access to powerful tools, amazing assets, and easy-to-follow certifications to make you become a legit Unity 3D game developer and software engineer. Get instant access to over 100 hours of authorized training available through our built-in custom streaming platform. Earn your game developer certification and software engineer certifications by developing games for 2D, 2.5D, 3D, mobile, and even AR. The Gamedev HQ Pro membership also provides the easiest, most powerful, and enjoyable tool to give you the freedom to create. Introducing Filebase, an amazing tool built for Unity 3D that gives you access to thousands of video game assets developed by our in-house team of artists, from weapons, tools, props, vegetation, vehicles, systems, and even entire levels. You'll see how incredibly easy and enjoyable game development can be. Your membership's value will continue to grow through the year as new assets are added on a weekly basis and can even be requested. We have made it our goal to help you not only enter the world of game development, but successfully build and publish your game. The Pro membership also includes a growing library of custom-built challenges and a vault filled with live Pro Workshop content. This Gamedev HQ Pro membership provides you a powerful set of tools and training that makes learning game development easier than ever before. Log on to GamedevHQ.com right now to learn how the Gamedev HQ Pro membership can become your game development solution.
I don't know about you guys, but that just made me feel a lot better. I must say, it took the edge out of my life right there, and it kind of got me back into a good place. So, good call, whoever said that. Okay, so we just finished doing our bake. We cleared this, and now we're gonna bake again, and we want to bake in our occlusion culling. And so that's all done. I don't know why it needs to bake again. I think we're starting to get to the point where we may need to start generating lighting because this auto generate is taking too long. So let's see. Or does that go on to CPU? Let's go on to CPU. Wait till those numbers click in. Come on, Unity! Did you seriously just do that? CPU. All right. Now it's preparing its bake. Wait till it gets some numbers going. Good, good, good. That's 2 hours and 43 minutes. I'm going to switch it over to GPU instancing now. And now it's going to rethink, and this is now going to be like 3 minutes. And then we'll be able to run through here. Okay, let's see. Games, guys. Games. Let's talk games. Doom Eternal is challenging, interesting lore, though. I saw Eternal Enigma playing some Doom Eternal, and it looks pretty intense, man. I love watching, streamers do this thing. I saw the let's see, is it even working right now? Let me save. I think I just crashed it. Progressive GPU is what I want, and it kicked me out of GPU. Looks like I gotta save. My goodness, we're right at the end too. I feel like we're coming to like a close to a finish line, and as we get closer and closer to this finish line, little things are popping up. They're just not really making me happy. Like I just closed this, right, and it's frozen. So I'm going to go to, yep, this is exactly what it does. It's got half my memory, but it's not processing anything. So it's that bug. So then I'm going to do, pull that lighting stream back up. Oh, look at that. There's a song called Therapist. Let's go ahead and play that. So I need some therapy. This song is not putting me at ease. Can I go back to some country? Some good, fun country. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, last 10 minutes. I agree. Last 10% takes all the work. Do you want to bake in that ceiling? I know you can. Sorry you guys have to sit through this, but it is game development. You know, this brings up an interesting question, and it may be something that we could possibly consider. All right. These, I know nobody likes to do load screens anymore, but in this instance, I'm wondering if we should consider breaking the first and second floor up to kind of avoid issues and the load screens, you know, like it gets this between the bottom floor zombie hallway and the staircase to second floor hallway. Maybe we break these up into two scenes. Something to think about, you know. That way we don't have to worry about issues where one floor is colliding with the other. I don't know. That may be a good solution, because it seems like the borderless is causing us some problems from getting from the top floor to the bottom floor. And it seems like reflection probes are starting to conflict, all that other stuff. So, I mean, do you walk up to that door, click it, and then it loads the next scene, which then gives us the hallway to go upstairs? Sort of just like in the game, except it's not for like every single door. It would just be certain doors in our scene that you and I both know. All right, we've had some conflicts here. We've had some issues in these areas. So why don't we make this easier on ourselves and say, all right, this stuff goes into that scene. This stuff goes into this scene. So that when we do go down to, here's what I'm thinking. Okay, so we get to this door right here. This door would then load in, and then we would go to this area over here. And so then we can make a simple split between the two sections. I don't know. It may be an option. It may be something that will make this far more workable. And then all we have to do then is add a trigger with a load scene script attached, and then it would load the next area, and then we would put into position, you know, where would the player start. So if they pressed here, they would load in and instantiate and spawn here, or their position would change to here. And then if they were up on the second floor, and let's say they loaded into, they wanted to go into this hallway or whatnot. If let's say this was the last room that they can go into, we would attach the script to that, and it would load that area. something to think about. Okay, this is, I think it's probably going to get closer and closer to a reality because this stuff is not loading. So I'm going to grab my GDHQ FPS controller and I'm going to move it right over here because I want to test this walkway. But I don't want to wait. For the next 10 years for this to render. All right. Okay, so I'm going to go to Occlusion, bake, clear, and then I'll bake it again. Yeah, Vlad, I think that's what we might have to do because I'm running into some really serious problems here. But now let's go ahead and hit play. Okay, so I would like walk up to that door. I want to see this hallway though. Okay. This light is not working. In fact, all of these lights I don't think are working properly. So that's going to be a problem. This should definitely be far more sexier looking than what it is currently. So we have to see what we did wrong, what I did wrong. Okay. Let me look at this light first. This fluorescent point light. Post-processing. So I got a good post. I don't have any reflection probes in this area though. Let me see. My walls and ceilings, are they set to static? No, they are not. So that could be the big issue right there. And the same thing with my props are not set to static. But my press room is. So let's go ahead and set these to static. Now that's going to bake in the lighting, which will give me my ceilings. These are all set to static. So hopefully that looks good. Let's see, I think problem is you reach the max amount of lights. Possibly. That may be an issue as well. Yeah, I think I might have to do this. I think we'll talk about splitting some of this up into different sections. And, you know, it may also be better for us in the end because then we have less that could potentially go wrong. All right, let's see. Is my occlusion culling work? Let's show visualize. Yes, my occlusion culling is working. I'm back at a high frames per second. This looks pretty bad though. Well, certain areas do. And I think the reason why it looks bad is because when I adjusted the fluorescents upstairs, I think these fluorescents adjusted as well. And they're just a little too strong. But we walk over here, and then we get into this area, and that didn't even bake over there. So I'm wondering if I could go to inspector, turn this off, and turn this back on. And it should bake for a lot longer than 17 seconds. And I do think the ambient occlusion is way too strong in this area. So let's see, this zombie floor hallway. I'm going to bring the ambient occlusion down. All right. Oh yeah, and we're missing something here, aren't we? That's why it looks so freaking plain. The props, air duct. I was like, there's more to this hallway than what I see right here. All right. I don't think that rendered everything, so turn off and turn on again. And then in here, I want to hide this volume. I don't want to see the volumes. So let's see. Air vents. Air ducts. You don't look very good. Why don't you look good? Probably because you don't have a reflection to pull from. So you're just reflecting black. So we may need to get some reflection probes in here. So let's go ahead and do that. Create lighting reflection probe. And I want to, there's that blue stuff back again. Not good. All right, I'm going to turn off auto generate for just a second. And in this reflection probe, I'll turn on my gizmos. I'm going to shrink down my, let's see, there's a buffer here. Where is that buffer? Is it right here? Oh, it's this one right here. I'm going to shrink this down to, let's say, this. And I'll go back to lighting. And I'm going to adjust the size of my probe. So first thing I want to do is position my probe into the center of my area, which is good. And then I want to reduce the X, reduce the Z, and definitely reduce the Y. All right. So I'm going to turn this on again, and let's restart this reflection probe. Okay. You are seeing something. Okay, why are you white? That's a good question. Real time. Let's see. Okay, so now my vents came back. You could see those up here immediately. All right. And you can see areas that don't have a reflection probe. They don't look very good. All right. Okay. So this area, and we could walk it to the two areas. You could see the change. So here, and this is out of the reflection probe. And you could see like those vents turn black, which is definitely not what we want. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to my top view. I will turn off lighting and turn off my toggle box. And I'm gonna go and start getting this hallway lined in. So we'll duplicate this. And we'll reduce the X. And we'll have to see how good this looks. When we go look at this in real time. So this probe, and then I will duplicate this probe, rotate this, move this over here. And then I'm going to reduce the width down a little bit. I'll have to see that in real time. How about Mesh Baker instead of Occlusion culling? I have never seen Mesh Baker, so let me get this going, and then we could take a look at Mesh Baker and see what that is. I try to keep most of this inside of Unity, but if Unity does a really horrible job, we may have to look at an external source. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my perspective mode, and we'll turn on lights, and we'll turn on our post-processing stack. So I'm over here, and I come over to this one, this reflection probe. This looks really dark. So where are you at? Right here. All right. Oh, let me hit the auto generate. Let's see if that makes things better. Okay. All right. So this probe. Let's turn you off and back on. That probe looks right. This one now looks right. Yep. And these look good through here. I think a big issue is, let me get down to this end of the hallway. It looks like the vents look good all the way down there. I think a big issue we have is our fluorescents are just way too powerful. And again, I think that came because we adjusted our fluorescents upstairs. And so we may have to create a secondary set of fluorescents because I don't want to have to repeat these fluorescents over and over again. But yeah, when we adjusted the fluorescents in the other room, it adjusted these as well. So we need to go toward electronics and fluorescent lighting and our prefabs. And this is fluorescent number 2. So I'm going to duplicate this. I'll call this 2B. And I'm going to replace these fluorescents with the new fluorescents. So copy component, paste component value. So I'll duplicate this. 1, 2, and I'm going to just turn off auto generate lighting for just a second. because I don't want to regenerate the lighting. Copy component, paste component, goodbye. Copy this component, paste component, goodbye. Copy, paste component, copy, paste, copy, paste component value, and the last one. Copy and paste component value. Okay, so we did those 6. So now I can go to this point light. Where are you? This one. Oh, geez. All right. And I will adjust some of these. The range. I'm going to go to auto generate, turn that back on. I'm going to adjust the range. And I'm definitely going to adjust the intensity. So intensity wise, I'm going to go down to like 1. And then I'm going to take this and apply to all. So now all these fluorescent lights will inherit this new intensity. And I think to speed this up a little bit, I'm going to turn off the press room. And let me go to my props, floors and ceilings. I'll turn these back on to dynamic so I could see this happening in real time. So let's see. Radius. Okay. Let's see, range. I want my range to be like this. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit apply to all. And how does this look? Good. I think this looks good over here. This looks good over here. Okay. Okay. So, oh, I'll just alt drag. Let's see. Oh, there you go. Oh, what? It moved it over there. What's this one? Let me delete that. Okay, so if I wanted this to be fluorescent 2, no, that doesn't work. Okay. Let's see. So why are you guys not changing anymore? And then this fluorescent light needs to go away. Okay. Spotlight mixed. We want an intensity range of 1. Range of 5.3, so we could see this. We have a shadow map. These contact shadows don't look very good. Okay. Cone, spotlight. Does it have a cookie on it? No cookie texture. So we're going to do cookie texture point light. Right? Is a spot. Oh, it's cookie texture spot. Oops. Wrong one. And then I'll hit this and hit apply all. And there we go. All right. So now in my point light, should I adjust the intensity just a little bit? Yeah, why not? And hit apply all. Okay. So now this one doesn't seem to want to work with me. And why don't you want to work with me, little one? What's your deal? Okay, what is your deal? If I turn you off and on, I don't see you shooting anything. You say you're working, but you're not. So what is the deal? Let's see. Let's think, guys. I need my shadow map, but when I turn it off, it does this. But I want my shadows. Is it because this custom? No. Shadow mask? On enable? Looks like the shadows are causing that. Why is the shadow causing it? I don't have anything blocking the light, or did I? Oh, are we running into that issue with the shadow bias again? I think that may be it. Oh. Do we need to... That's, I think, what was happening, is we were getting this weird shadow bias thing. Like it's happening with this one as well. So what do you say in our mesh renderer, the ability to cast shadows, we turn off on this fluorescent? And then I want to see this fluorescent light. Yeah, it's like here it works. If I get too close to that fluorescent light, it freaks out. Even though I've turned on cast shadows. Now I know we can do a culling, and this may be something interesting to try out. Let's see. Enable shadows. Is there a cull? Cull. Spotlight. Culling. I don't even see it on here anymore. They used to have this thing where you could set your layer and create like a light, and then you could have, or set this object to a certain layer, like a light, and then, let's see, you could turn off, let's see, rendering layer. You could turn off that as a cull. I don't know where it is anymore. HDR is a little different than the old standard one. Yeah, but here, let's give this a whirl. All right. Oh, I just want to get something working here. Yeah, it's doing it with this freaking light at the end of the hallway. So depressing. I'm going to select this light right here. This needs to tone down. Okay. Wow, those are some interesting shadows right there. It's the air ducts. Not sure. All right, before I spend too much time on this, let's do these walls and the ceilings, and let's set this to static. So we can bake this environment and see what this looks like. Okay, so if I press play, we gotta fix the light positionings. And there's some reflectivity coming off of here. Now this light, it has something funny going on with it. I'm not sure what that is. I gotta test that to see why it's doing it. Yeah, I get some funky reflection. I'm getting some funny shadows. And I'm not too crazy about this. Because the lights look so funny, it's messing with the idea of my post effects. I mean, it kind of works, but at the same time, it definitely doesn't. And like, look at my door, or my locker. That beautiful locker is disappearing now. Yeah, this doesn't have nearly the same pizzazz as it used to. So, still a lot more to work on here. I don't know what caused the change necessarily. Let's test this. If these lights don't cast a shadow, maybe I could just shoot the light through the light itself. Still running into issues with these shadows right here. And I don't know where that shadow is coming from. Where are you? Let's bring this outer angle down. Maybe if I just adjust the angles a little bit. Make them not so wide. And then increase the radius to like 0.1. All right. Apply all. And then just go back to these fluorescent lights. There's a funky shadow. That wouldn't be my collider that's causing this issue, would it? Colliders don't generate shadows. Let me see. Where are my colliders? Turn on my box colliders. Okay. And now that shadow is gone. What the hell, Unity? What is going on? These are set to static. Is that correct? Here, let me hit play. This almost looks like looks like it's correct now. Dude, guys, was that weird or what? I don't understand why it was. Oh, here's the weird shadow right here, right? So there's a weird shadow, and you can see it's like lights on. Now it's lighting on. Weird. But there's that box. Something with that. I thought it was an air duct too, Tom, but I don't think it is. Because we're not seeing this light. Oh, look at where this light position is. It should be down here. right? So it should show right there. And where's this reflection probe? This reflection probe doesn't look good at all on this locker. Curious. It's on real time. So let's see. Show me this locker. There we go. That's better. Okay. All right, so we got it baking. Let's test this out one more time. All right, that's clear. No weird shadows here. No weird shadows here. This looks good. I need to see where my shadows went here. I have a weird box shadow right there. Like it's hitting something. I don't know where that's from. And I still have the weird box shadow here. But when I go to this view, that weird box shadow is gone. Unity! What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? Okay. I'm curious. If I set this all to baked, because I know my props and my walls are all baked too. Will that fix my issue? Or will it exasperate it? Let's take a look. That fixed my issue right there. And I got all my shadows back. But everything looks a lot flatter. Which I think may be an issue with my post-processing. Because I don't like these blown out areas. So let's see what we can do in post. Let's see. Oh, and does that kill my... If I go to that, will that kill my fog? Let's see. It may kill my fog. Yeah, it kills my fog if I don't. I don't know, guys. This is a tough one. Here, I'm gonna adjust my near plane. And then if I go to my post-processing, I feel like my post-processing disappeared in this area. I mean, goodness, this is crazy. It's back again. Okay. I've had enough of Unity dicking me around today. Okay. Alright, guys. I'm a little kerplep. I need a break. I need to take a walk, to think about life, think about life decisions, contemplate the future. This is stressing me out. But so I think we have a couple things that we're going to explore. One is we're going to explore the idea of adjusting, possibly going in the direction of using a load screen to bring in the second floor so we avoid issues. And we'll look in the possibility of how we're going to adjust these lights so they don't keep trolling me during this whole session. But I'm going to come back to this tomorrow. I just need to take a little bit of a break because like this light not showing up is going to drive me insane, and it should, and it's set as a prefab and it's not working like a prefab, and I don't know why, but that is a problem. You know, this one works as a prefab, but even if I go back to my point light that's right here, you know, I could see that volumetrically, but I can't see this one even though they're the same prefab. I don't quite understand. So yeah, I'm gonna come back and take a look at this and see. Before I tune out though, Fish made a interesting suggestion about something called Mesh Baker. I'm curious what that is. So it looks like this is what this is. What is Mesh Baker? Okay, so Mesh Baker. Let's see. Does this have a...
Hello, my
name is Ian Dean. I am the creator of MeshBaker, which is a suite of tools for Unity 3D for combining many meshes into a single mesh and texture used by those meshes into atlases. Why would you want to do that? Performance is quite expensive in Unity, but by making them into a...
No, that's not occlusion culling. That's kind of what we already do. Let's see. Mesh render objects into skin meshes. Level of detail. Yeah, that's not exactly what we're doing. So, but let me think. We will figure this out. There's a button press here that I'm not doing, or a restart that I haven't restarted yet, but we'll get there. Okay, guys, let's call it a day. It was almost 5 hours, and we'll come back to this, and yeah, we'll get to work and see if we can make this optimal and kind of go from there. All right, guys. I will catch you later, and the stream will be available pretty soon. So if you manage to miss it, you can catch up on it as well. And yes, let's get together tomorrow. I won't be here doing this. I'll do it today and tomorrow, but for the rest of the week, I won't be streaming. I'm gonna go hang out and see some friends and stuff like that, and catch up with family. So, kind of go from there. But okay, so I will catch you guys later. Talk to you then. Bye.